Hello everyone, happy Tuesday, welcome to the stream. My name is Staney. My pronouns are she, her. I am a variety streamer, artist, and voice actress. Today we are going to be checking out The Farmer Was Replaced, created by Timon Herzog and published by Metaroot. It is a automation and coding game, and huge thank you to Metaroot for providing a key to check it out. Very excited to see what it's about and like how the learning to code aspect works with someone who does not know coding pretty much at all. Like I would say a very much layman's understanding of it. I've learned a little teeny tiny itty bitty bit of Python in the past, and I'm definitely interested in learning more about it. So I feel like a game is a good way to sort of get that sort of like preliminary understanding, I guess. So yeah, excited to check that out. Just as a heads up, I was super unwell last night. Hi, Natramiel. And I'm still recovering from being unwell. So I've got some soup here that I'm sipping. There's a chance we may have to cut this stream short if I start feeling unwell again, because I'm still not up at 100%. I've barely eaten today, just because being careful with my stomach, but I do have soup, so I'll be sipping on that while we learn how to code. So let me go and launch this game and we'll see where we're at. No, there's two The Farmer was. Let's see which one is correct. Okay, well, I can see this and you can see this. Perfect. All right, let's go into the options. I want to turn the audio down. Maybe like to 25% seems good. Graphics. We'll do like a good mid for now. All right. Let's replace that farmer. Getting started. This window contains information about everything in the game. What is the soup of the day? It's just a chicken noodle soup. Nothing fancy. I just wanted something with like a good protein in the broth and otherwise kind of clear broth so I could sip on it and hopefully it won't aggravate my stomach. All right. You can move the windows around by dragging and dropping the gray part. Yeah, we know how to move windows. You can move around by dragging anywhere outside of the windows. Fancy. Oh. Okay. To get started with programming, go to the first program page by clicking it. I'm assuming it means click this. Chicken noodle solid sick day soup, agreed. I'm glad I had a can left, because I usually hold on to it for 1, if I just don't feel like cooking, or 2, if I'm sick. And this is my last can, so next time I go to the store I'll have to get a couple more cans and then just keep them in my pantry forever because I don't get sick that often. Be sure to check out the buttons in the top right corner of the screen. Hover over them to see a tooltip explaining what they do. One of them opens the tech tree, so there's a tech tree in this game. Create a new code file. open a new info window and open the unlock tree. So let's start by clicking on first program. Text editor. All programming is done in code windows. Each code window corresponds to a text file containing code. You can rename the file by clicking on its name at the top of the window. Okay, so we could call this one program 1, for example. The code can be edited like any text editor as long as it's not running. You can execute the program by pressing the green play button in the code window. So that executes the program. Oh, and then you can also go step by step. Love that. You can create more code files using the plus button right here. You can dock a window to another window by dragging it onto it. So we could maybe take this and dock it. No. Maybe, hold on. Let's make a new one of these. You can dock a window to another window by dragging it onto it. Okay, like that. Okay. You'll notice that once you start typing, a simple code completion window will pop up. Press tab to insert the code completion. Use the arrow keys to navigate through completion options. Don't worry if this is your first time programming. The language is unlocked step by step, so you won't be overwhelmed by all the things that you can do. The syntax is also similar to that of Python, which is one of the most widely used programming languages in the world, so learning it is not completely wasted. If you already know Python, it's not a problem either. You'll just be able to skip some of the early game quickly to get to the more interesting stuff. Currently, there are 2 drone commands available, harvest and do a flip. These are function calls. You can think of a function as a command that can be executed. You execute it using the parentheses. Try typing these statements in the code and pressing the execute button. You can think of your code as a sequence of statements. You can run multiple statements in a row like this. Collecting grass will give you hay. Hay can be used to unlock loops in the unlock menu. Open the unlock menu with the button in the top right corner. Okay, yeah, these are very important functions for sure. So clearly we're going to do a flip. And then we're going to do another flip. And then we're going to do another flip. And then we can harvest. Oh, apparently there's also pet the piggy. Okay, hold on. And then we're going to do a flip. And then we're going to pet the piggy. And then we can harvest. Hi, K9. Yeah, it's the most important function. All right, let's execute this program. I don't know if harvesting worked. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, we have it up there. So now we have 6 hay. Hi, Amon. Who replaces the farmer? This drone. This lovely drone with the little straw hat. Okay, he's going to do a little celebration after each 5th harvest. Oh, we're so good at programming. All right, let's take a look at the unlock tree. While unlocks a simple while loop. While true, harvest. That will be useful. You've unlocked the while loop and the values of true and false. The while loop keeps executing the loop body as long as the condition is true. While condition hash loop body. I don't know if I know what that means. I like the idea of the farmer is on vacation and sends his drone to look after the farm. Sure, let's go with that. Or it could be that the farmer has a super duper strong interest in coding and has created this farm bot to do the farming for them while they manage the code from the comfort of their farmhouse. We're beginners. Perhaps you've already tried to put several harvest calls in a row. Would you look at that? I sure have. This allows you to harvest several times in one program run. However, it would be nice to harvest more than 3 times, and writing the same code multiple times is bad practice. The solution is a loop. A loop allows you to run the same code multiple times. While the loop takes a condition, which is a logical value that can only be one of 2 states, true or false. Such a value is called a Boolean value. The loop then executes the code inside the loop until the condition is false. The while loop looks like this, where you have to replace condition with a Boolean value and loop body with whatever you want it to do in the loop. So it seems like, how do you toggle between true and false though? There are 2 constant Boolean values available. Constants are values that never change during the program. To write a constant Boolean value that is always true, you can simply write true. Write false as a constant Boolean value that will always be false. So you can either write while false do a flip or while true do a flip. The first will never do a flip and the second will do flips forever in an infinite loop. Yeah, I like it too. I feel like it's doing a good job of like slowly explaining how it works. Like it feels like it's combining programming class with video game, which I like. That was what I was hoping for this. Normally creating an infinite loop is a bad idea because it will freeze the program, but in this game there are delays between each iteration of the loop, so it will cause the drone to keep doing a flip until you manually stop it by pressing the execute button again. Notice how the line after the colon is indented. Indentation like this is used to separate blocks of code. Just press tab to add an indentation and shift tab or backspace to remove it. The loop will repeat all indented statements after the colon. Statements after the indented block will be executed after the loop has finished. Okay, so what we'd want to do is while true harvest. And then we should just have an infinite harvesting loop. We did it. Funnily enough, it actually happens in real life. You can actually automate or remotely control farm equipment without someone needing to be inside the machine in the first place. So let's drone more automated combine harvester. That is very cool. Okay, let's take a look at our tech tree. So, increases the yield of the grass. We can't do that yet. Increases the speed of the drone and code execution, or hats. I think we gotta increase speed. I gotta see this code. Does this still need to be here? No, get rid of that. Oh, we're stuck at 99. All right, we'll read this in a minute. Wait, are we stuck at 99? Now we're at 49. Hold on. Stop the program. Okay, I think it's harvesting too fast. Okay, speed upgrade. We should probably read the thing. Hi, Wolf Tracks. Chat, make sure you check your posture. No shrimping. The execution speed has been doubled. The problem is that the drone now harvests faster than the grass can grow, resulting in no harvest at all. I did notice that. To deal with this, if branches and the can harvest function are now unlocked. So far, we've only had true and false as conditions, which of course is not very useful with if. The new function can harvest provides a better condition. Can harvest returns true if the plant under the drone can be harvested, and false otherwise. If can harvest, do something. So I feel like what we should be doing then is while true, if can harvest, is my instinct. The reason you can use this function as a condition like this is because it returns a Boolean value. A return value essentially means that after the functionality is executed, the function call expression evaluates to the return value. What happens when the above code runs? The if runs. Can harvest is called. Can harvest does its thing. Can harvest returns true or false. The statement is now if true or if false. The code block is only executed if it can harvest. Now we can use if to prevent the drone from harvesting too early. Let's try it then. There we go. Okay, grass is nice because it grows automatically. All other plants have to be planted. With the plant function, the only plant you can plant right now is a bush. You can pass the type of plant you want to plant to the functions like this. Plant entities.bush. This will plant a bush under the drone. Call clear to reset the farm to all grass and reset the drone position. It seems that if you grow more than one type of plant on the farm at the same time, you can sometimes get a higher yield. You'll need to research polyculture to learn more. Okay. Well, we do want to expand the farmland. Your farm has grown! This space is not much use if you can't move the drone, so there is a new function, move, that moves the drone. Move requires that you specify the direction in which you want the drone to move. There are 4 new constants for this: north, east, south, and west. For example, move north will move the drone 1 square to the north. If you move over the edge of the farm, the drone will be moved to the other side of the farm. That's helpful. The following example code will keep moving the drone north and wrap back to the start when it reaches the edge of the farm. While true, move north. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's stop this for a second. So this is our, we're just gonna call this harvest. This is our harvesting code. I'm not using that right now. So this code, I think we're gonna make like a bush planting code, or do we want more hay first? Maybe this will be basic harvest, because we're gonna probably iterate on that. So my thought is, while true, we want to if can harvest, and then move north. Otherwise, do nothing. That should be pretty straightforward. Oh, I messed up. Oh, wait, hold on, what? Capital N north? I did it. Okay, so we don't need this one now because we've got this one. We've got northbound harvesting. Harvesting. Let's call it northbound harvest. I think we're going to wait until this hits 300 and then we're going to increase our grass yield. And then we also want to, well, we can't do this until we have bushes. I feel like, at least at the moment with our current speed, we don't need that if statement. So we don't need to evaluate so many lines of code, and that's probably going to save us like a fraction of a second. Okay, so we've got this going on. We need to plant some bushes. We can probably reset it to grass later. I should have kept my other code. Oh, they have to keep being planted. I see. Okay. Okay, here's what I think we're going to do. We are going to plant entities bush. Then we're going to move north. And then we're going to do if can harvest. Harvest. So then what this should do is we plant a thing, we move north, harvest the thing, and then plant and keep moving north. So we should just keep planting bushes. Oh. If can harvest. What did I do wrong? Oh, wait. It's not in the function. It's like this. There we go. Okay. I don't know. You know, there's a thing I want to do here. If I want to do this twice. Okay, it's not doing what I wanted it to do. I was kind of hoping we could wait. Yeah, this is not doing anything. We need basically a wait command. I guess we could do harvest first and then plant? No, I don't think so. I think we would just need a wait command. Or something to make the while true not be true. Okay, so we've got print. Help with debugging problems. We've got operators to do arithmetic. Carrots, which I'm sure gonna need, yeah, for some of these later functions. I think for right now, we probably just want to increase like speed and then maybe yield. The farm's expanded again. Now the tiles are no longer in a nice row, so you need to find a new way to traverse a square grid. With the while loop, this is not possible until you unlock senses and operators. It is time to introduce the for loop. You can read all about the for loop on the for loop page, but for now you will only need to repeat code a fixed number of times. So they have a little comment in there, do n flips. For I in range 5, do a flip. Oh gosh. Range n creates a range of numbers from 0 to n-1, which has n elements in it. The for loop runs its loop body once for every element in the sequence. In this example, do a flip will be called 5 times. The function get world size is also available now. It returns the side length of your farm. This way you can write code that won't break with the next expand upgrade. For example, for I in range, get world size, harvest, and then move north. This is an example that harvests one column on the farm for any farm size. If you're stuck on trying to figure out how to move the drone around the farm, see the hint below. Okay, we're gonna wait on hints. We'll see if we can figure this out. So what was this? This was planting. We've done planting. All right, let's stop this. We're just gonna put you in the corner. We don't need you right now. Make a new one. So this was for I. What? Why is it I though? Maybe I stands for like integer or something? Okay, so this is any variable. Okay. In range, get world size. Harvest. And then move north. Okay. Okay. So that's just gonna, okay, let's just move it north. I want to kind of start down here. Hi, Golden. Hi, Sock. I'm learning coding. Okay. So this is gonna go 3 times and then return here. So we want to do that. And then we want to move east. And then we should be able to do while true and then indent all of these. I did it! Unlocking keywords like this is a really neat way to slowly add complexity. I agree. As someone who barely codes, I agree. Okay, so I'm gonna pause this. I don't think we need you anymore. So we're gonna keep this. We're just gonna call this general harvest. Because I want to make a bush planting one now. It doesn't want to move. What if I make you whiter? There we go. Okay, so sure can. So this is also going to be a while true. And then for I in basically the same thing. Range, get world size. We want to I'm thinking we plant the whole thing first. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this, because basically what I want to do is have this go plant, 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 movies, plant, 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 movies, plant, 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 and then harvest, 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 harvest. So I can definitely do a full plant code, because then we could do a move east, and then that will just go ad infinitum. So I think what we'd probably need to do, because we want this to repeat 3 times, and then we do This again. If can harvest, move north, move east, and then I gotta indent all of this again. Because I gotta put a while in the front. All right, let's see if this works. Hi, Mookian. I'm doing okay. How are you? Oh, colon, of course. There we go. Ooh. Isn't enough indentation here? Oh, yes, because that has to be like that. Yeah, it's working. What's your policy on backseating? So if there is a no spoilers rule, I generally don't allow backseating, especially if it's something where you know the solution. I would also say part of this game is figuring it out. But I don't know, I'm kind of like on the fence about it. It's like the game is trying to teach me how to code. But I am curious what you want to say about it. So I think we'll be a little bit looser with it for this game. We'll definitely kind of like follow along with what it's trying to teach me. And we can also discuss it in chat. I think it's fine. Found the charm of programming is to find the solution, then work on it to find improvements. I mean, that seems correct. Coming down from a flu. I'm sorry to hear that you've been unwell. I've also been unwell, but I am also improving, and I hope that you are also improving and like will be healthy soon. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sock. I hope you feel better soon, too. Okay, let's start getting some more hay. And the dances of the drone when it searches for a plot to harvest is interesting. Shouldn't even really be searching, but I guess I see what you mean. All right, let's see what we've got. So we don't have enough to increase the yield of grass yet. That's fine. We can't increase the speed. We could get hats. I figure because learning is part of the deal, I would wait for an explicit ask. Yeah, I feel like that seems correct. Like I would say, generally, you're going to be watching me struggle at this a bit. And if I need help, I will certainly ask. But I'm also not super fussed about like getting spoiled on stuff. Ooh, we farmed 1,000 hay. Baby. Being pumped with pills and juice medicine. Well, that's good at least. All right. Well, we can unlock carrots. Let's unlock carrots. Before you can plant carrots with plant entity carrots, you have to till the soil. This will change the ground to grounds soil. To till the soil, simply call till. Calling till again will change it back to grounds grassland. Okay. Planting carrots costs wood and hay. These items will be automatically removed when calling plant entities carrot. You can see the cost of any plant on its own page. Interesting. Okay. Which one's this? Ah. Didn't get hit relatively hard from it, but I hope that we all recover from our sicknesses with expedience. Expedience, I agree. One thing I want to do, I think, we're gonna add in just a cheeky do a flip. Actually, I want to, not there. After every row clear, we do a cheeky flip to buy us just a little bit more time. Okay, I don't think we need it here. Yes, the government mandated flip. It's interesting that it won't plant if there's already a bush there. So I guess technically I don't need the flip. Because it's already checking for bushes. Okay, so we need a new one. This is gonna be our carrots code. So we need to start with a while true because we want to create an infinite loop. Yeah. There. If we stop it here, it should now go up like this. There we go. I fixed it. Hopefully that makes you feel better. Okay, so we need to... What was it? 4. Okay. 4i in range. Get world size. We need to till. And then move north. So that will till move north 3 times. And then once we've done that, we want to move east. So now we want to do that 3 times. So technically we duplicate this here. So that will till everything. And then we take this again. Listen, we're learning the basics suck. We'll get there in the end. We'll make tidy things in the end. Okay, so now we want to... We're gonna basically do 3 things, because now we need to plant entities carrot. You're doing wonderful. I thought you were like, no, I'm so triggered. I need to fix Estani's bad code. And then the third one, harvest. No, we need to do if can harvest, harvest, move north, and then we move east. Now I'm concerned about this one because I'm worried that, well, I guess once the soil is tilled and planted, maybe it will only do that if it's the wrong... Okay, let's... I just want to put it back in the corner. There we go. Oops, no! I meant to stop it. There we go. All right, let's just see what happens. Oh. Pass a function as an argument to a function. The one argument of range was get world side not valid. Okay, hold on. In range, get world. Oh, I didn't put the parentheses on the inside. So that's going to be a problem in all of these. Okay, now we can see what happens. Yeah, okay, that's the problem. Because then it tills it again, and we don't have a way to stop that. So I think we can't fully automate carrots at the moment. Okay. So we need to do, okay. How do I? Yeah, you're fine. Okay. So I think what we need to do, take this out. Our code is going to look like this. So we basically till everything and then we loop the planting and harvesting. So I need to write just a quick little fix all of this code. So we just need to have a little till move north. All right, so now we're gonna move west. Oh, I gotta capitalize west. Westist. Then we're going to till. Then we are going to move south. Quick little fix the ancient curse, and then we're going to till again. Okay, so that means that for this one, this is to make carrots. So we're gonna, this is making carrots, but we don't need this for once carrots are harvested. So once we have carrots already made, this is just going to be our harvest carrot function. So this should just work. Ooh, I have a thought to make this a little cleaner, actually. Okay, hold on. We're gonna keep this. I have an idea. Because we're using if functions, right? So what if we do while true, then we're going to steal this, then this, if can harvest plant entities carrot and then the move north should be outside of the if statement so it stops acting so funky. Because it should always be moving north, whether it can harvest or not. I think this should be better. Let's see if it works. Oh, but it's not gonna work if there's nothing to harvest beneath it. So now because there's nothing here, I can't, All right, hold on, there we go. Now that we've done this, we should be able to use this guy. Get you out of the way. Yeah, that's so much cleaner. At my current job, one of the old projects I'm working on has a lot of magic values and strings. And the strings are hard-coded everywhere, so they need to change when they need to change. It's a huge search for the program to find everywhere the magic strings get used. I don't know what that means. Carrots seem to be going pretty well, though. Okay, what can we do with carrots? We could increase speed, so let's go and do that. Let's be faster. Not that we really need to be, because carrots take a while. Pray you never know, Estani. I don't think I'm gonna get into coding. So, yeah. Okay, so... Hold on, we're gonna stop this for a second. We're gonna call this if carrots, then carrots. Oh, I can't. If then carrots, sure. I want to call it if carrots then carrots because this is my code for if I already have carrots, then I can make more carrots. One thing I could do also, because now that I've only got carrots, I'm gonna eventually run out of wood and hay. I could do 1 row of carrots, 1 row of hay, and 1 row of wood. I don't think you really need to do that right now. Let's see. Okay. Well, we are getting more bushes for this. I'm not really harvesting grass at the moment. Let's increase the yield. Oh, it also increases the cost of carrots. Ooh, watering to make them grow faster. Let's do that. That sounds fun. Plants grow faster when they are watered. The ground has a water level ranging from 0 to 1. The function get water returns the water level of the ground it is over. The growth speed of a plant scales linearly from 1 times speed at water level 0 to 5 times speed at water level 1. The ground dries up over time. On average, it loses 1% of its current water per second, but there are some random variants to this. Maintaining a high water level will consume much more water than maintaining a low water level. Ooh, okay. Looks like we are increasing water over time. You can use water on your plants. 1 tank of water is automatically added to your inventory every 10 seconds. Upgrading unlocks watering will double the amount of water you get every 10 seconds. A tank holds 0.25 water. Call use items water over any ground to water the ground. Okay. Okay, so let's make this bigger. So I think we're just going to have 2 sets of code here. We're going to have make carrots and then if carrots, then carrots. So this is my carrot code. Means I don't need harvest carrot anymore because we're doing that. So I think what we want to do is run the general harvest just to kind of clear everything. And probably want to do more bushes. So we need a general till. Love how Mustaney is just enjoying this little coding game and all the coders in chat are reliving the horrors of coding. Honestly, for real. I'm just here like automating my little farm and petting a pig and everyone's like, oh, magic code. And I'm like, I don't know what that means and I'm glad for it. Okay, so this we are going to run 3 times. This we are going to turn into a till. I would like to put these together. That makes sense. All right, let's look at our tech tree, see what we need while we are gaining water. Looks like we need more bushes, but we can get this now. Yeah, we need more bushes. We need a lot more bushes. All right, so I think we can do what we did with the carrots. So instead of just planting, we throw the if can harvest, and then we plant a bush and then we move north. And then we don't need the second line of code, because that should take care of the harvesting and the planting in one fell swoop. I work remotely in my house and watch farmers plow through their air-conditioned combines while I code with a glass of lemonade. All right, we've got a decent amount of water, so we can probably start watering things now. So maybe let's put a use item. What was it called? It was something water. Items dot water. I want to reset its position first, though. Does use a lot of water though. I don't think we need to use water on this one, but maybe it'd be better for the carrots. Oh, especially because there's still plenty of water on here, so we want something that will let us to determine the water level. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of ink printers. That's for somebody else to figure out. All right, let's take a look at our tech tree while we are waiting. Ooh, we can get fertilizer. We can't afford it yet. Ooh. Ooh, we can't expand the farm though. Oh, the farm's so big now. All right, we're gonna reset our position. And since the farm's so big, it would probably be a good idea to be faster. So what do we need for speed? 500 carrots. We do not have that many carrots, so we're probably going to have to go back to planting carrots soon. I want to get a bit more wood first, though. I feel like we need background music. I don't think there's any background music in the game. I mean, hold on. I do not hear any music. Maybe music is something we'll unlock later? But I am somewhat tempted to just start playing some music in the background because I don't hear any. Code in your own music. Well, I don't see music, but I do see a break. Break out of a loop and continue executing statements after the loop. If there are nested loops, this will always affect the innermost loop. How'd my field? Yeah, my field got bigger. I unlocked bigger field. Not a valid statement. Yeah, there's a little unlock here to expand the farm. It also clears the farm. Interesting. Code the flips and move commands to play us a song. That sounds too difficult for me right now. What do we need to unlock pumpkins? We need trees. Ooh, trees are probably better ways to get wood. Trees like to have some space, and planting them right next to each other will slow down their growth. The growing time is doubled for each tree that is only on a tile directly to the north, east, west, or south of it. So you plant trees on every tile, they'll take 16 times longer to grow. So what I'm thinking is you'd probably want to alternate trees with other things. Yes, we should pet the piggy, that's for sure. In fact, we should pet the piggy after every loop. All right, I gotta figure out what I'm doing with trees. So let me look at trees again. Oh, they can be planted on grass or soil, so I don't have to till everything to go back to grass to do bushes. That's good to know. Okay, so I only have to worry about orthogonally. I don't have to worry about diagonal. So we could go tree, bush, tree, bush, tree, bush. And then bush, tree, bush, tree, bush, tree. I don't know how to automate it though. I guess what I would probably want to do is do all the trees and then all the bushes and then automate everything, or rather than harvest everything. So like this kind of thing to turn them into trees. And then here, we'd want to do a move east. And then to end the loop, we pet the piggy, always. But then the question is, how do I then fold the bushes into there? And this is also going to mess up because I guess we do move east, move north to kind of offset it. Good luck, sock. I don't think this is going to work, but... oh, it's kind of working. I mean, it's definitely doing trees. But it does feel a little bit like I'm wasting space by not harvesting everything. So I guess we could do a move north and then do an if can harvest. Harvest. Plant entities bush. All right, this seems to be working. This is working better than I anticipated, actually. Well, maybe we'll wait till this hits about 2K and then we'll do more carrots. All right. We'll just let this go back to the... well, it doesn't really matter where it is. Okay. Now we'll put these two together. So much code. And we'll just do a general harvest. All right, so now we're gonna till everything. We are going to be making carrots. Oops, no! I told you to stop, but you kept going. Oh, no, you just will... You're not in a loop. You're not a while true. You would just stop when you were done. So let's flip this back over. Okay. So now we're gonna make carrots, and then we want to probably water the carrots. I'm just a little bit concerned about overwatering them. So maybe we should actually have a separate watering code. Okay, I actually don't need this to be till. This needs to be plant entities carrot. So might as well have you do that. Okay. What does water do again? I've forgotten. Growth speed. Okay, so I don't need growth speed right now because the speed of my drone is not fast enough that I actually need to use the water. So I think this is just gonna, rather than being a watering carrots function, this is just a general water function. And I think, no, I can leave that there. Alright, seems to be working okay. We can now get pumpkins. So let's unlock pumpkins. We don't have any sensing abilities at the moment. I believe that's something we can unlock. Let me read about pumpkins first, and I'll check the tech tree, because I know they said something about you don't have any sensing stuff yet, but later. Because yeah, if we could check the soil, and I'm sure that's going to be a thing later because we've seen soil.tilled and soil.grasslands as potential variables. Pumpkins grow like carrots on tilled soil. Planting them costs carrots. When all the pumpkins in a square are fully grown, they will grow together to form a giant pumpkin. Unfortunately, pumpkins have a 20% chance of dying once they are fully grown, so you'll need to replant the dead ones if you want them to merge. When a pumpkin dies, it leaves behind a dead pumpkin that won't drop anything when harvested. Planting a new plant in its place automatically removes the dead pumpkin, so there's no need to harvest it. Canned harvest always returns false on dead pumpkins. The yield of a giant pumpkin depends on the size of the pumpkin. So a 1x1 pumpkin is 1 pumpkin. A 2x2 pumpkin is 8 pumpkins instead of 4. A 3x3, so basically you cube whatever the size of the pumpkin is. Yeah, I know, we're learning so much about pumpkins. An n pumpkin yields n 6. Okay, so it caps out at 6. For any n that are greater than or equal to 6. It's a good idea to get at least a 6x6 size pumpkins to get the full multiplier. That means even if you plant a pumpkin on every tile of a square, one of the pumpkins may die and prevent the mega pumpkin from growing. Interesting. Okay. So we'll need a way to like sense dead pumpkins. So we can set our speed. We can print. Might as well grab printing. I'll read you in a minute. We're gonna get mathematics, operators. Oh no, I'm sorry, Sock. You can also get time eventually. Ooh. Ha, chests? We can get senses. The drone can see what's under it and where it is. We need this. And let's get variables. Okay, we've gotten a lot of stuff now. This might be a problem. Ooh, farmed 1,000 carrots. Okay, so we need to stop this. We need to just do a general harvest. Harvest everything. Because we're almost out of hay, so we need to do some hay. Does that mean the drone can now feel pain? I hope not. All right, so while we're reading this, we're gonna harvest more hay. I'm also gonna take a look and see. Yeah, we can do that. Increase our hay yield. Can also increase the drone speed. I'm not sure I need to do that yet. All right, let's start reading about things. So we've gotten debug. Sometimes your code just doesn't work and you need to find out why. There are a couple of tools to help you do this. The first is to execute the program step by step. You can go into step-by-step mode with the button next to the execute button or by setting a breakpoint. Breakpoints can be added by clicking on the breakpoint panel to the left of the code. When execution reaches the line where the breakpoint is, it will automatically switch to step-by-step mode. When you move your mouse over a variable, its current value is displayed. The print function can be very useful also. It will write any value passed to it directly into the air. For example, print 0.0 or 0.24 will print 0.24. To print true or false, you can print can harvest. To print the current position, print get pause X, get pause Y. The print function prints the value directly into the air and to the output page. Writing into the air can sometimes be a bit slow if you want to print a lot of values. In this case, you can use the quick print function, which prints only to the output window. The output window also logs warnings and errors, so if something doesn't work as expected, it can be useful to check that. When the execution stops, the output is also written to the output.txt file in the game folder. Well then, there you go. Next, operators. So now we have arithmetic operators, plus, minus, multiplication, division, double division, percentile, and maybe double divisions like root? I don't know. We'll find out. And then double multiply, which might be exponent. I don't know. Comparison operators, equals equals, does not equals, is less than, is greater than, or equals, less than and greater than. Boolean operators, not and or. Double trouble division, uh-oh. All numbers in the game are floating point numbers, so all arithmetic operators are floating point operators. / is defined to just floor the number after the division. What does floor mean? For assignment operators, you need to unlock the variables unlock. All right, well, let's look at some examples and maybe it'll make sense. Operators allow you to compare, modify, and combine values. The arithmetic operators plus, minus, multiply, divide, double divide, percentile, and double multiply are used to perform common mathematical operations on numbers. Comparison operators are used to compare values. The result is always either true or false. The logic operators, also called Boolean operators, not and or, are used to combine truth values. All right, plus and minus used for addition and subtraction. We got that. So these are evaluating multiplication and division. So 2 times 3 is 6. 5 divided by 2 is 2.5. / does the same thing as /, but the end result is floored, so it's rounded down. Okay. So 5 / 2 evaluates to 2. Percentile is the modulo operator, also known as the remainder operator. Okay, so it's not percentile. It essentially divides the two numbers and then returns the remainder. You can think of it as repeatedly subtracting the right number from the left number until the remainder is less than the right number. So 2 evenly divides into 4. Okay, so for example, 2 goes into 4 2 times evenly, so no remainder. 5 minus 2 is 3, minus 2 is 1, so that's why it evaluates to 1. 6 minus 2 is 4, minus 2 is 2, minus 2 is 0, but 2 minus 6, you can't do it. Why does that evaluate to 2, though? I get everything except that one. Hi, Kulan, we're playing The Farmer Was Replaced, which is a game that is teaching us coding. And we're using codes to program our drones. Yeah, it's programming. Right now we're learning about operators, which is basically how to introduce math into your code. We just unlocked a bunch of stuff, so I'm doing a lot of reading. But I can show you some of the code that I've written. So here you can see some of the code that I've written. So let's go ahead and stop this. I'm running my general harvest program right now, which is just harvesting everything. Let's move you back to my preferred starting point. Oop. And let's run my tree bush tree to get some more wood. How you doing, Kulan? I hope you're well. Oh, and then of course we must go pet the pig. I need to move my code out of the way so we can observe the pig petting at the end of every cycle. Got about 250 words left to write in my essay. That's not too bad. Nice. So yeah, we're writing lines of code to automate farming this plot, and so far so good. All right, let's finish reading about comparison operators. Really worried it won't pass, but I've made some good points. I think you'll be okay. Like, I don't understand why it wouldn't. You seem like you're an effective communicator, and I mean, obviously I don't know what they're looking for, but I have faith in you. Okay. So I'm still not quite understanding how this gives us a remainder of 2. Is it because this number's 2? Zero with 2 left over. Okay. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking long division. I was just a little bit stuck being able to picture that in my head. I blame this being my first essay in this particular field and my thought processing being a bit scattered. Hit so badly, my also autistic partner just commented on my voice being incredibly monotone, even more so than usual. I hope you feel better soon, Sock. And then this is exponent. That's what I expected. All right. Comparison operators. Equals and not equals are used to check if 2 values are equal or not equal. They can be used on all types of values. Talking Hertz TBH. Then talking break. So 2 equals 2 evaluates to true. Entities bush not equals entities bush evaluates to false. 3 not equals 3 plus 1 evaluates to true. And then, yeah, we've got less than or equal, greater than or equal, less than, and greater than. So 1 is either less than or equal to 1. That's true. 2 is not greater than or equal to 3. So false. -2 is less than -1. So that's true. And 6 is not greater than 6. So that's false. Logic operator not simply inverts the value. Not false is true. Not true is false. And evaluates true only if both values are true. True and true evaluates to true. True and false evaluates to false. False and false evaluates to false. Or evaluates to true if at least one of the values is true. True or true evaluates to true. True or false evaluates to true. False or false evaluates to false. Makes sense to me. All right, senses. That was the one I was super excited about getting because we were talking about how the drone can like sort of sense where it is on map. The drone can see now. The functions get position X and get position Y return the current X and Y position of the drone. At the start position, they are both 0. The X position increases by 1 every tile toward east, and the Y position increases by 1 every tile towards north. So that would make this one like 5, 5. Okay, I was gonna say 6, 6, but I was miscounting. Oh, right, because we start at 0. So yeah, 5, 5. That makes sense. Num items item returns how many of an item you have. For example, num items hay returns how much hay you have. Get entity type and get ground type return the type of entity or ground that is under the drone. If you do a flip, if you are over a bush, you can do if get entity type equals entity bush, do a flip. That's kind of cute. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. The none keyword is also unlocked now. None is a value that represents that there is no value. For example, a function that has no return statement will actually return none. Get entity type returns none if there's no entity under the drone. If you want to find out how many of a particular unlock you have, use the num unlock function. For example, num unlocked unlocks speed will return the number of speed upgrades you have. Okay. I don't see how that's useful yet. You can also use num unlocked on items, entities, or grounds. This will return 1 if it's unlocked, otherwise 0. Be careful. Num unlocked unlocks carrots will return the number of times it was unlocked / upgraded. But num unlocked items carrot will only return 0 or 1, the same for other plants. There's gotta be a way to use that, but I'm not quite sure how yet. And then we also got variables. So let's read some variables. Variables can be thought of as named containers that can hold a value. The equals operator is used to declare a variable and store a value in it. Variable name equals value. The left-hand side of the operator is the variable name. You can give it any name you want. The right-hand side is an expression whose resulting value will be stored in the variable. Declare a variable named A and store the value 5 in it. A equals 5. Declare a variable named B and store the return value of can harvest in it. B equals can harvest. Do not confuse the equals operator with the equals operator. The equals operator checks if whether two values are equal and returns true or false. The equals operator assigns the value on the right to the name on the left. After a variable has been assigned, you can use it in the code to retrieve the value it contains. A equals 5. For I in range A, do a flip. The above loop is executed 5 times because A is set to 5. The I in the for loop is also a variable that is automatically assigned to the current value of the sequence at each iteration of the loop. It doesn't have to be called I. You can give it any valid variable name. Okay. Variables also let you do the same thing with a while loop. A equals 5, I equals 0. While I is greater than A, do a flip. I equals I plus 1. Which increases the value of I. So it would be 0 is less than A, that's true. So you do a flip, and then I becomes 1. Hi, Sankar. Thank you so much for raiding. Welcome on in, raiders. We're learning how to code. My name is Estani. My pronouns are she, her. I am variety streamer, artist, and voice actress. Thank you so much for the tiny raid. And thank you so much for the 43 months. We're learning about variables. I'm learning Python, kind of. It's just me, apparently. Sometimes it'd be like that. I hope you had a good stream. Did you finish the Seance at Blake Manor? Yay! You are plenty, it's true. What a great game. I'm looking forward to playing it at some point. I don't know when I'll get to it, but I am looking forward to it. There was some good stuff coming out of Raw Fury lately. But yeah, I hope you had a great stream. I'm looking forward to maybe joining you on whatever game you play next. Assuming I'm not avoiding spoilers for that one too. Speaking of streams, I gotta figure out what I want to play on my birthday stream that I'm gonna do on Friday. Don't think you will be. Oh, is it gonna be Hades or something? It's okay. We have other ways to hang out. Alright, I'm gonna finish reading about variables and then we will look at our drone. Okay, Sock, we'll see you in a bit. This does the same thing as the for loop above. We just have to increment it I manually. Note that to increment I, oh, okay. Interesting. We set it to be its own value plus 1, changing the value of a variable based on its previous value is something very common. It can be abbreviated using these operators. So I equals I plus 1 is the same as I plus equals 1. A equals A divided by 3 is the same as A divide equals 3. Okay. I think it's a game you're not worried about spoils over. Oh, okay. When you said you didn't think I would be, I thought you meant you didn't think I would be able to watch the next one. So here's our little drone doing little drone things. Assignment operators are neat but confusing to read. Hi, show. So we got a couple of things of code that I have written. I've iterated on some previous code to make this. So let's I wonder, because so we have move. Can we do to a position? I don't think so. We can get positions, but I don't know. We can't really move to positions. So let's just move east. We're gonna do our general harvest, just harvest everything. Hi, Cairo. We're at least replacing farmers. I've just unlocked a bunch of stuff and I'm not entirely sure how I want to use it yet. All right, let's... This is pretty cool. Now do a seg fall. I don't know what that means. However, I'm going to till all of the soil. So let's till all of the soil. All right, all the soil has been tilled. So we can do some carrots. Let's make some carrots. All right, now that we've made our carrots, we can now run my if carrots then carrots. Code tries to access memory that's restricted. I don't think we have any restricted memory at the moment. Oh, thanks, Kulan. We'll have to check it out later. Oh, I just realized. We need to have a pet the piggy command at the end of every string or every loop. All right, there we go. Oh, that's way too many. Too many piggy pets. All right, oh, hold on. There's got to be a way to make this work. We just have variables now. So my thought is we create a piggy petting variable because I want it to go at the end of the string. So we're going to have piggy. So we need to do this at the start, basically. So we start with piggy equals 0. And then we need to evaluate if piggy is less than or equal to, I think. No, greater than or equal to get world size. Can we do that here? I don't think so. It seems kind of being weird. I don't understand what that means, Golden. Let's try this. So if the piggy variable is greater than or equal to get world size, we pet the piggy. And then we set piggy equals 0. Else if piggy plus equal 1. But I don't think that goes there. I think it goes elif, then here. No, we do else. colon goes. That doesn't seem right. Maybe it is. Else colon? Well, let's just see if it works. Oh. Interesting. Okay, I think if Piggy starts at 1, it'll work the way I want it to. Yeah, okay. So, Piggy should start at 1. There we go. And then we pet the piggy at the end of the loop. Yes. Okay, I think once we have 1,000 carrots, we're gonna try, very important, we're gonna try pumpkins. We haven't done pumpkins yet. And this is gonna take a little bit of trial and error because ideally we wanna have a giant 6x6 pumpkin. But that means that we have to try to find the dead pumpkins to replace them with non-dead pumpkins. And I'm not entirely sure how to do that. All right, this is close enough. Let's just do our general harvest. All right, so we got carrots happening. Let's move our carrots to the side. New code. You now have some context for the programming joke. There are only 2 hard things in computer science: naming things, cache invalidation, and off by 1 errors. No, I need more carrots now. Oh, well. Okay, so we are gonna basically do something very similar to this. For the making carrots, we're gonna make pumpkins. And then we can just kind of see how it works. Okay, so now we have some dead pumpkins, and I'm not quite sure. Do we just run this code again? Because it'll only, I think it'll only plant them. Or, okay, let's take a look. Entities dead pumpkin, entities pumpkin. So now what I think we need to sense what is beneath the tile. So we need if. All right, hold on. We need an. Ooh, come on. if get entity type is entity pumpkin, we do nothing right now. Else plant entities pumpkin, and then go move north. So now we just need to repeat that a bunch. Okay, so we need both of these. So that should allow it to, this is our dead pumpkin detector. Oh. Is this supposed to be like this? What do you? I'm very confused what you're doing. Okay, hold on, let's get rid of this for now. Okay, what if instead we say it doesn't equal pumpkins, then you plant a pumpkin, and then regardless, you move north. And then this should go here, I think. Oh, have I done this backwards? Yes, I did it backwards. Okay, you're being weird again. Why are you being so weird? What is happening? Something is going weird in this code. Thank you for the self-care reminders, Anta. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think it's working now. Okay. I don't know how to automate this, but I at least achieved what I wanted to do. Have a good night, show. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I need to figure out how can I get this to sense when we don't have any dead pumpkins. I think there's something in numb items. Okay. That's, I assume that's what's up here. Because what I would really like for it to do because it doesn't seem like there's a way for it to sense what's on my board currently. Let's get rid of this real quick. Let's do print num items. Items. Yeah, that's this number up here. So it almost feels like I would need to do a planting and then, I don't know how I would automate this. Aside from just doing a sweep, like we do this once and then we do a sweep to make sure that there are no dead pumpkins. And if there are any dead pumpkins, then we loop back to this code and do it again. And if there are no dead pumpkins, then we harvest. So the question for me then, how do I do that? Because obviously I can just do this manually. I can just run this code as much as I need to until we get Mega Pumpkin. And then we just do a harvest. But that's not super efficient. There's got to be a way to automate that. I just need to wrap my brain around how to do that. Regardless, I think this is how we start. And then from here, well, let me take a look. What does none do? Okay, I don't think that's what I want. Welcome back, Sock. We're figuring out some complicated pumpkin shenanigans. So basically what happens is we are trying to get mega pumpkins. And I hope you get some good sleep, Sock. We're trying to get mega pumpkins, which means we can't have any dead pumpkins. So we need to figure out a way to detect dead pumpkins. And if there are dead pumpkins, we want to execute this code again. And if there are no dead pumpkins, we don't want to execute this code. You put comment codes by using the hash. Okay, so like for example, we would do, where's my hash? Hash. This plants new pumpkins. Or yeah, we'll just do plant pumpkins, including over dead pumpkins. And then what we want to do next is find out if we have any dead pumpkins. And that's what this line of code is going to be for. And we're going to do something like that. And then, I don't know, something. And then the next line is, if we have dead pumpkins, execute the first code block somehow. I don't know how to do that yet. And then finally, if we have no dead pumpkins, execute harvest code. So that's what I want to do. Yes, I know that's not a valid expression. Thank you, game. I just am not quite sure how to do that. And there's probably going to be a way to combine these two into one thing. Because what I'm thinking we're going to have to do is that we're going to have a variable for the number of dead pumpkins. So we're just going to call this dead equals 0. So we want to evaluate as we go over it. I know this game handles sub-functions, but I don't know if you've unlocked the knowledge yet. Well, let's look at some knowledge. We don't have functions yet. We don't have lists yet. So we have all of the, well, actually, I don't think we have set speed or get time. So we have all of these. We have print. But yeah, I don't know. Does you want to unlock functions, or I can just tell you? No, I'm good. I'm just gonna see if I can figure out something for it right now. Because I think what we want to do is we're just gonna do this the awkward long way first, and then we'll eventually be able to clean it up. Because if you just tell me, I won't understand it. And we need some music going for this too. Let me get some music going. The game's supposed to have music. I don't hear any. So we're going to play some Drummer Boy in the background. Oh, also, I've got some DMs. Okay, so we want to sense if there's a dead pumpkin beneath us. If get entity type is entities, dead pumpkin, dead equals, is it plus equals or equals plus? Move north. Move east. So that should allow us to find out how many dead pumpkins we have. So I might actually, let's, yes, you need a colon. I'm so sorry. So we're going to do that. And then at the very end, we are going to print dead. Oops, you're right. I did not define it. Okay, well, this definitely is a good, this is a good detector. That's working correctly. So then once this is done, we need an if dead is greater than 0. We got to do this again. There's probably an easier way to do that, like defining a function. Else harvest. So I think this should work. So we initially plant. Oh, but then we're going to have to run this again too. Well, let's just try it. I think I might be able to do this like carrots. Ooh, something has broken. The harvest didn't work. We're getting closer. So what we might need to do is do a make pumpkins code and then a count pumpkins code. So we want this to be this code here. And then I think we also want, okay, so we need to let this define our variable first. We make pumpkins, and then we also need to define our dead value. So rather than doing an if, we could do a while dead is greater than 0. And then we get rid of the else. And we put harvest like this. So this only operates while dead is greater than 0. And then as soon as it's not greater than 0, we harvest. I think that should work in theory. Okay. Let's run the make pumpkins code and get our initial count. All right, so now we have our initial count. So now, oh, it's got to be in the same thing. Okay. I was kind of hoping it would be... All right, let's just do a general harvest. Just get rid of everything. All right, let's see if this code works. Now we're counting. We still have at least one dead pumpkin. So we execute this code again. We count again. Replant the pumpkin again. Oh, I see where we've gone wrong. Okay. Because it's not resetting at the end of each count. Probably be able to split out the code into separate files with the import unlock. Probably so. So the issue here is that I need to reset what dead is before doing this. So that has to happen here. It needs to happen once. We're going to make dead equals 0. I think this should work now. Because here's what we're doing. So this is the dead pumpkin detector and replacer. This is get new dead pumpkin count. So I think this should work. We'll test it. We did it! Yes, it works! I'm actually excited that that works. Yeah, I need to do something with my hats. Hold on. How do I change my hat? I think I have to unlock it. Hold on. Change hat. You have unlocked a few new hat colors for your drone. Equip them like this. Okay. Change hat. We have a pumpkin hat. Let's do it. Oh, I think do a flip needs to also have the things on it. Let's keep the witch hat. All right, let's see. Let's go ahead and should we expand the farm? Let's increase our grass yield. Let's expand the farm. Increase our tree yield. We can't increase bush yield, but that's okay. I don't think I want to do sunflowers yet, but we can increase our carrot yield. The farm must grow, it's true. What was this? Oh, this is teaching me about pumpkins. Okay, so let's go ahead and just get some more hay. Why did the song stop playing? Oh, what? Oh, because technically I was at the end of my playlist and it wasn't looping for some reason. There we go. All right, what do we need to increase hay yield? More wood. Okay. So it might be good to... do tree bush tree. Get some more wood going. I'm not quite sure why it's doing a second sweep like that. Because, yeah, it feels like it's evaluating... each column twice? So it could be to do with this section. Very confused. There. You're definitely on the right track by looking at the 2 for loop lines. Yeah, I think something is just not correct in there. I probably don't need both of them. Okay, hold on. I probably should have just paused it. Okay. So do this. And then do this. then you move east to the north, and then you do it again. But it's like... feels like it's jumping up here before coming down here, and I don't understand why. So maybe we just do this step by step. So harvests, plants, moves north. Harvest, plants, move north. Yeah, it goes up there. Wait a second. Okay, let's start this again because I think I went too fast and I missed when it skipped up to here. That's 1, 2. Oh, it should be half because we're... it should be half. Because we're moving twice, so we don't need to do the full thing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it's okay, we should be fine. This should work now, I think. There we go. It also means we're going to be petting the piggy twice per loop, and that's fine. Piggy deserves more pets. Yeah, at the moment, there's nothing that's growing so slowly. I guess if we increase our drone speed, then we might have to worry about watering things. Pig seems to like the pets. Alright, let's take a look at some of our upgrades. What happens if you tell it to floop the pig? I don't think that's an option. Yeah, I don't think floop is a function we can do at the moment. Yeah, not a valid statement. Now let's try it. Floop the pig has never been defined. You must assign the value to the variable before using it. There's something about this game that has like slightly idle game, like cookie clicker almost energy. It's like cookie clicker meets Python. I think once we complete our loop, we're just gonna do a general harvest. And then what do we need to make trees better? I mean, just more hay. That's fine. And we probably need to increase our speed. Which means we're gonna have to do new carrots soon. Which means we're gonna have to fill up more on hay and lumber. I am definitely enjoying this as like a game to learn the very, very basics of coding. All right, how much lumber do we need? No, how much hay do we need? 19.2k. Hilariously, I could just leave this running while I take a break. Yeah, it does a pretty good job. I feel like I'm understanding things fairly well. It hasn't like snowballed into complexity too badly. Set up and forget it, yeah. I do think we will go ahead and take a break now while we are grinding more hay. So, I do think I am just going to let this run in the background. So if you've been here the whole time, or even if you haven't, this is a great time to take a screen break. Go stretch, go get a drink, get a snack, take any meds if you need to. I am going to get some more water and also probably more soup. I'm going to roll 3 minutes of ads. We'll crank the music a little bit and we're just gonna let this little drone be farming in the background because you know what? We don't need farmers. Alrighty, I will see you all in just a few minutes. Hello, I'm back. I hope you all had a nice break. Let's go see how much hay we've got. Spoilers, it's a lot. Yeah, I hope you all had a nice break. I'm back with more water, more soup. Need to sloop the pig, I wish. Alright, so let's increase our tree yield. And now we probably want to do trees. So let's let it finish doing a harvest loop. And now we're gonna do a tree bush. Summer soup. We need like, I think it's 60 something K wood in order to get the next hay upgrade. Or once we have about 30K wood, we could switch to doing carrots. I think I also want a single harvest command, because we have our general harvest, which is good if we want to harvest in an infinite loop. Actually, maybe we have infinite harvest. And we make that this. And then we have our general harvest, which is just the single loop. Yeah, it's going pretty good. Let's see. To expand the farm, we need 8,000 pumpkins. That's so many pumpkins. Ooh, we can do cactuses. Polyculture. Companion planting to increase the yield. Well, that's going to be complicated. Fertilizer. I don't think we really need that. Let's go ahead and unlock fertilizer. At some point, waiting for the plants to grow is just not efficient enough anymore. Similar to water, you will automatically receive 1 fertilizer for every 10 seconds. Okay, well, I'm glad we unlocked it now then. Doubling with each upgrade. Fertilizer can make plants grow instantly. Use items. Fertilizer reduces the remaining growing time of the plant under the drone by 2 seconds. This has some side effects. Plants grown with fertilizer will be infected. When the plant is infected, half of its yields turned into items weird substance when harvested. Weird substance can also be used on plants, which has the effect of toggling the infected status of the plant and all adjacent plants. So, if you call use items weird substance on infected plants, it will cure it. But if you use it on a healthy plant, it's going to infect it. Yikes. Okay. If you use it on an infected plant that has healthy neighbors, it'll cure the plant but infect its neighbors and vice versa. Okay. Sounds like that's a thing I'm probably not gonna use. Yeah, I don't think we want to sloop the weird substance. Mazes. A maze with a treasure in the middle, but you need... We do need weird substance for it, though. Well, shoot. Mega farm with more drones. We could spawn drones. Top hat. Ooh, very fancy hat. And dinosaurs. Wait, and then question mark. Gives us 100 million dinosaurs. We'll get whatever this is. All right, let's just do a general harvest. Oh, I've messed up. It's okay. We'll fix it. Okay, so we're gonna take infinite harvest. And we're just gonna do this. And now it should be a general harvest. Okay, so now we're gonna till everything. And now we need to plant carrots. We're gonna run our make carrots program. And then we're going to run if carrots, then carrots. Which involves piggy petting. Oh, okay, I'm understanding now why there are the counting of resources. Because basically, I can turn this code off. Like, instead of while true, I could say while item.hay is greater than 1,000. And then it'll turn off if that ever drops to less than 1,000. And we could even throw in... Oh, too much code happening? Too much code happening. Too many carrots happening. But we can also throw in some of those Boolean operators like... Can't remember. So it wouldn't be and. Might be and, actually. Yeah, I think it would be and. Because we could do while the value of hay is greater than, we'll say 10k, and the value of wood is greater than 10k, execute the program. And then if either one drops below 10k, it should shut off. All right, how many carrots do I need for the next things I want to make? So we need 1,000 carrots to increase pumpkin yield. Oh, you know what? Let's increase our carrot yield while we're in here. Make the number go up faster. Let's go ahead and increase our pumpkin yield. And let's go and get sunflowers. Sunflowers collect the power of the sun. You can harvest that power. Planting them works exactly like planting carrots or pumpkins. Harvesting a grown sunflower yields power. If there are at least 10 sunflowers on the farm and you harvest the one with the largest number of petals, you get 5 times more power. Measure returns the number of petals on the sunflower under the drone. Sunflowers have at least 7 and at most 15 petals. They can already be measured before they are fully grown. Several sunflowers can have the same number of petals, so there can also be several sunflowers with the largest number of petals. In that case, it doesn't matter which one of them you harvest. This seems complicated. You mean for like automatic crop switching? Yeah. Or just like shutting off this while remaining like keeping hay and wood. But yeah, for crop switching too. As long as you have power, the drone will use it to run twice as fast. It consumes 1 power every 30 action, like moves, harvest plants, etc. Executing other code statements can also use power, but a lot less than drone actions. In general, everything that is sped up by speed upgrades is also sped up by power. Anything sped up by power also uses power proportional to the time it takes to execute it, ignoring speed upgrades. Okay. All right. We want to try and get as many carrots as possible because then I want to switch to our make pumpkin code. And I think I should be able to turn it into a loop as well. Like, for example, I think for this one, if I indent everything, I could just throw it into a while statement. I assume you can have nested while statements. Yeah, I think that should work. To just loop pumpkins indefinitely. Or actually, why don't we try just minor code here. So is it no. It's not measure, num items. So we want to do while num items items carrot is greater than 1,000. That should run our pumpkin code until we have less than 1,000 carrots. And then we'll probably plan on stopping this once it does the piggy pet. Oh, and we should throw in a pet the piggy, because that's always important. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and run our just general harvest to harvest everything. All right, now let's go ahead and run our pumpkins code. Use 16k carrots to make our pumpkins yield more. Oh wow, that's a lot of dead pumpkins. All right, glad to see that working. Nice. I forget, there was something else I wanted to work into there, but I don't remember what it was now. Oh, right. I wanted to print out the number of dead pumpkins just out of curiosity. So maybe the next time it harvests, I'll add that in. It will slow the code down, but I think it'll be interesting to look at. All right, and you get ready to stop it. Okay, so now here. So then we're going to print dead. which I think we'd also put here. All right, I'm gonna have some soup while my drone works. Oh, you're printing every time. I mean, I guess that works. That's not what I wanted. But at least we know the drone can count. Tell my reps to finish their calls so I can get off work already. Okay, reps, finish your calls. Yeah, clearly we need to sloop the reps. All right, once it finishes this, I need to move where the count goes. And then there's one more thing I want to do, just to make this code even more fun. Okay, so the count, the printing doesn't happen there. It happens here. And that should be the same for this guy. It should happen here. And then the last thing that I want to do, which means you need to make this a little bit longer. Change hat. Hats. Pumpkin hat. Because what I want to do is every time we're going to do a thing, we're going to put on the appropriate hat. There we go. Pumpkin Drone knows how to count. Think you could combine the dead pumpkin, replace and count loops for high-speed pumpkining? Probably. So here's my issue, because like I'm not quite sure how to do that, because I have this is looping only while dead is greater than 0. So I guess if you want to make this more efficient, you could use a list of dead pumpkin coordinates and then only check the dead pumpkins until you harvest and reset the loop. That also seems more efficient, I agree. So Neutramio, where I'm stuck with this is that I need to have an initial dead pumpkin count, and then it loops while the dead pumpkins is greater than 0. I'm not sure how to combine these two into a single loop. Because otherwise we're going to be starting with dead is 0, and then we'll just skip straight to harvest, which seems wrong. I don't know how to make this variable loop work with this start point. I'm also not sure. I don't think we've unlocked lists. Or yeah, we don't have lists yet. So I think we'd have to unlock lists to do what you're suggesting, Golden. And at least at the moment, I'm fine to just kind of let this go because it's working. I think the other issue I'm having with that concept is I don't know how to make the drone go to a specific coordinate. What if you tell it to remember all the dead pumpkins are after the first loop? I don't know how to do that. You have 2 nested loops for replacing pumpkins and then 2 more to count. Yes. Oh, I think you're saying that I could... Are you able... Okay, hold on. I'm doing too many things at once. I'm gonna start with Neutralmiel's question or comment. So it seems like what you're saying is that I would count it and then replace it. So let's pause this quickly. So instead of having having these be separate, you're saying combine these two into a thing. So anytime we get new entity type and it equals dead pumpkin, we would increase the count and then plant a pumpkin. Is that what you're suggesting? Just to make sure I'm understanding you. Because yes, I think that would be more efficient. Golden might be right about stale information. Do you have function parameters unlocked? This? Functions? No, we cannot yet define our own functions. I'm not sure what function parameters mean. Maybe it just means this. We could unlock it. Let's unlock it. Then I'll read about it. Are you able to count specific rows instead of the whole grid? What do you mean? Because I don't think I understand. Let's just have this going. I don't understand what counting specific rows instead of the whole grid means. Hi, Jars! Welcome on in, Raiders. My name's Estanie. My pronouns are she, her. I am a variety streamer, artist, and voice actress. I'm playing a game about learning to code, and I'm coding so much code. Hold on, let me move some stuff out of the way. Get out of here. Look at all the code that I've written. I've written so much code. How was Silent Hill? I hope you had a great stream. If you tell it to count dead pumpkins by row, so each row gets a number, then you can skip any rows that have a 0. I have no idea how to do that, Cairo. But yeah, this is The Farmer Was Replaced. Full disclosure, I was given a free key to check it out on stream, but it's very interesting. Sounds like a bunch of jazz lesbians. I mean, that's kind of the vibe I got too. But it is a game about using coding to farm, and you kind of slowly unlock this tree that gives you different parameters, different codes, and things that you can use to like increase your farm and increase the different things that you can do on your farm. So let me finish what this is doing. I'll kind of walk you through all of the different codes that we've got. Right now we're merging pumpkins, as you can see. Now we're making sure that there are no dead pumpkins. All pumpkins are merged. We harvest and we pet the piggy. All right. So, I need to till it so I can start from the beginning. So yeah, we're gonna switch back over here. So you can basically create a new code file right here, and then it slowly teaches you commands that you can do. Like, for example, the first thing it teaches you is harvest. And if you execute that code, you harvest. So we could also do harvest and then move to the north and then harvest again. And when you're first starting out, you just kind of, oops, you just kind of instinctively chain these. Until it teaches you how to loop things. So then once you get to that point, and it teaches you the while command, which is basically a way to make loops. So while true, we can then do harvest and then move north, and that will start harvesting just in a line. And then from there, kind of play this game. It's pretty fun. From there, they gave us a code for range. So we can do 4, and we'll use I for our integer here, but you can use any variable. We're defining that here. In range, and then we're going to define a range. And what I've been using here is get world side, which allows our range to scale based on our world size, but we can just put in a number here. Our world size is currently 8. So let's just put an 8 there. And we do a little colon. We're gonna harvest and move north. And then once that is done, you're going to move east. And then this should infinitely loop. Harvesting everything. I like starting us in the bottom left corner though, so we're gonna move north a couple of times. And then west. I just have like sort of a position reset function. So yeah, it starts out pretty simple. And then it slowly gets more and more complicated. This is really cool. Yeah, if you're at all interested in learning how to code, especially specifically in Python, I feel like this is a good sort of like jumping off point. Oh, clear! That's right, I forgot about clear. Thank you for the reminder. They did teach me clear and then I just completely forgot. Oh, it changes my hat though. So the second thing we learned how to plant were bushes. And I made this little bush planter, which there was nap, but we have defined our own functions. So we could make a nap command, which I should read about in a minute, but I want to show Jazz and all the raiders about all the things that we've learned. So this one, we learned how to plant. So we learned one, that we have entities. We got bushes, and this one also ends in petting the piggy, which is also always good. So we're gonna plant some bushes. And then we also have a variable, an if command, or rather an if condition, where we are always checking to make sure we can harvest a tile before we attempt to harvest a tile. Is there any reason to pet the pig? I kind of like it just to signify like a visual representation of the end of a loop. But no, you don't have to do it. It's just fun. But yeah, like there's this whole tech tree I did show you all briefly. And you can kind of see like the different things that unlock, and then it gives you a little explanation of how it works. So there is a fair bit of reading. It's a little bit of game meets coding class. All right, let's go into our tree bush tree code. I have also set it up so that anytime I execute a particular code, I put on the appropriate hat. Hi, Melanie. I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing well. Can code trigger another code to begin too? I believe so, but I don't think we have it unlocked yet. Maybe with import or something? I'm not sure. Or like using if commands, potentially. Like, for example, let me talk. So right now we are doing this is my tree farm, because trees grow faster if they don't have any other trees orthogonal to them. So that means like north, south, east, or west. Diagonal is fine, but north, south, east, or west isn't good. So what I have this doing is I have it alternating between planting trees and then planting bushes, and then it moves up on the diagonal to continue that. So you can see each time it's moving up on a diagonal. So that way we're staggering our trees. Also, just a heads up, I think there's supposed to be in-game music, but I'm not hearing any, so I'm putting my own music in the background, just so you know. This is a coding game? This is a coding game. This is a game about learning how to code, and you use the code to automate your drone to plant and harvest your crops. All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and harvest everything. So I've got like this little general harvest code for if I'm just like, okay, you know what, I'm done doing trees. So we're gonna harvest all of our trees, and then let's go ahead and just till all of the soil. And yeah, I can delete that. I don't need it. So now I've got these carrot things, and I feel like I could combine them into one thing. Now that I've learned how this works, I'm pretty sure what I can do is take this out and put this right here. I learned that from doing pumpkins. There's no parallel coding in this game. There even isn't that much that could be run with parallel code, but there is multi-threading with multiple drones, which we have not gotten to. So let's go ahead and run our carrot code. So I'm going to actually put in a couple of comments, because that will help me know what each part of the code does. So this, basically the way that this works is it basically has a first section of code that just plants a bunch of carrots. So this is first we plant the carrots. And then we have a second section of code of then we replant the carrots. And the way that it works is that this first part just goes through and it just plants carrots on my entire farm plot. And then this second part then goes into an infinite loop, which I don't think it needs to be an infinite loop. So I'm actually going to change it with some Boolean operators. Rather than true, we're going to say items hey is greater than 1,000 and items wood greater than 1,000. I think that should work. So as long as we have at least 1,000 of, I believe, either hay or wood, but let me double check my Boolean stuff. Operators. Okay. Okay, yes, that's what I want. True and false evaluates to false. So if either one of these items drops below 1,000, the code will shut off. So let's start doing our carrots. So first we change our hat to the carrot hat. Very important step. And then we're just doing this first set of code here. And then as soon as that is done, we move into this set of code. I think my music stops, so I'll have to go back and turn it on. Then we pet the piggy, and then we do it again. And this will keep going until one of these values drops to less than 1,000. Why did my music stop? Yes, what? Who told you to pause? And then I have some manual counting in here because I was struggling to find a place to put my pet the piggy thing. Because I wanted to just do it at the end of a loop. And I couldn't find a place in here where it made sense because it kept doing it like at the end of each column. So I just have it count and then compare it to the world size. The music was paused. And then I'll walk you through what's going on with my pumpkins, because it is the most complicated thing we're doing at the moment. Okay, so first we're gonna just harvest everything. Okay, so now what is special about pumpkins? Are you feasting festively this week? Probably not. A bunch of us have been sick, so we're probably going to be putting it off. But at some point, I might make myself a pizza on my birthday, though, if my stomach is feeling up to it. Okay, so the way that pumpkins work is that they fuse together, kind of like the holiday was replaced. They fuse together kind of like giant crops do in Stardew. But pumpkins can also die when you plant them. Like, there's like, I think a 20% chance of a pumpkin to be dead. And so you have to replace the dead pumpkins. You'll feel better. Getting sick on your birthday is no fun. Well, fortunately, today is not my birthday. Tomorrow's my birthday. So I've got a day to feel better. And I'm already feeling better today. Like, the worst of it was last night. I'm mostly fine. I'm just trying to take it a little bit easy, drinking a lot of soup and water. And hopefully I'll be able to eat normal food tomorrow, but I'm just gonna kind of ease into it. So anyway, here's what my code's doing. So initially, we do our initial planting here. So let's go ahead and comment that is our initial pumpkin plant and count. So we plant a bunch of pumpkins, and then we have to go back through and detect all of the pumpkins. And then these two I'm probably going to eventually combine into one thing. I can probably get a new dead pumpkin count in here. In fact, let's go ahead and do that. So we need to change this to equals entities dead pumpkin. Then the first thing we want to do is add dead +1 and then we plant a pumpkin. Okay, the only issue here, this is happening while dead is greater than 0. I guess I would then reset it here. So while dead is greater than 0, we reset the dead pumpkin count. We go to each pumpkin square. If there's a dead pumpkin on there, we increase the count and then we replace it. And then we get rid of all of this. Let's see if this works. This might be a little bit more efficient. Cleaning up my code. Looks like an error message to me. I've probably missed... Would it be an error? We'll find out. I did initialize it. It's up here. Yeah, we're making a giant pumpkin. So yeah, we have to go through the complex task of planting a bunch of pumpkins. Then we get our initial count of how many dead pumpkins we have. And then we go through and recount and replace, which is much faster. And then it's got to do one last check to make sure we don't need any more pumpkins. And we don't. So it does a little harvest, it pets the piggy, and then does it again. So while this is going, let's read about functions. Use the def keyword, define, to define a new function. Def f arg1, arg2, argument1, argument2 equals false. Hash function code. You can use the call operator to call the function. You could skip the initial counting loop and initialize dead equals 1. Oh, you're right. I could. Yeah, let's initialize dead equals 1, and then we can get rid, we can just do an initial pumpkin plant. You get rid of all of this. So then it has to do one final check. Functions are pretty fun. We'll have to read about them in just a minute. There we go. Very nice. Very clean. All right, let's read more about functions. You can use the call operator to call the function, F42, for example. Also see scopes to learn about local and global variables and functions. I need a game like this that teaches me Haskell. I assume it's another programming language. You've already seen built-in functions like harvest. You can also define your own functions, which allows structuring your code in a modular way. It basically allows you to give a name to a block of code so you can call it from anywhere you want. For example, you could define a function that moves the drone several times. Define move in dir n dir, where n is, I assume, variable, and dir is probably direction. For I in range and move dir. Okay, I'm already getting a little confused. All right, let's just keep reading. The def keyword signals that this is a function definition. Move and dir is the name of the function it gets bound to. Yes, this can be any valid variable name and will be used to call the function. N and dir are parameters. They are variables that hold the values that are passed into the function. These values are also called arguments. You can add as many parameters to a function definition as you want. After the colon comes the code block that will run when the function is called. So for I in range n, so this is defining, no. Let's just keep reading. It'll make more sense with more examples, I'm sure. With the above definition, the following code then moves the drone 10 tiles north and 2 tiles west. Move in direction 10 north, move in direction 2 west. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Personal favorites are functions that take function as a parameter and return a new function, a proper functioning functional function. Haskell's a very different language made by and for math and programming nerds. When you see define function, you should really think of it as a variable assignment like this. Function equals create new function object. Like with all assignments, you can't use the variable before it was assigned. Makes sense? The DEF statement has to be run before any function calls. Makes sense? This code will throw an error. Yeah, because the function has not yet been defined. Return values. Use the return keyword to make a function return a value. For example, the following function defines the exclusive or... What? Defines the exclusive or operation? I don't know what that means. The exclusive or return... What? Oh! Exclusive or is one thing. Oh, that was so confusing to read. The exclusive or returns true if one value is true and the other one is false. I feel like that needs to be in quotes or something. Define XOR, exclusive or, A, B. Return A does not equal B. If XOR, true, false, do a flip. Tuples allow returning multiple values. tuples. Oh. I wasn't done. Oh. I'll read about tuples in a minute. Default arguments. You can also assign default values that will be used if no arguments are passed. Define f. A equals false. If A, do a flip. F true. Okay. An argument that has a default value cannot be followed by an argument that doesn't have a default value. Okay. I don't think I've really processed what that means. Advanced function usage. Functions are values just like any other value, and the DEF statement just acts like an assignment statement, assigning the function to whatever name you give it. This allows doing things like this. Define function f, define d function, do a flip, return d, f thing. Here, f calls the function f. What? Which defines and returns the new function d. Okay. The second parentheses then executes the returned function and performs a flip. Doing these sorts of things is usually not a good idea because it's hard to see what's going on. Yeah, no kidding. Functions that take other functions as arguments lets you get really creative. I feel very lost. Like, I feel like there's not enough examples to really illustrate what they're trying to tell me. But this feels like it's just throwing me in the deep end. I don't know what half of this stuff means. Anyway, let's go and read this last little bit. Functions that take other functions as arguments let you get really creative. Define f as g arg. For underscore in range 10 g arg. I don't know what this means. Yeah, I think I'm gonna ignore most of this because this is just very confusing. F move north. F. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, wait. Something's clicking in my brain. So you're saying that G is any argument. And then the second part is any other argument, really. Or rather, G is a function defined by the okay, wait, no, I'm getting it, I think. So F move north is really just move north. Because this part is the G and this part's the argument. So again, this is use item, items fertilizer. Because that part's the G and that part's the argument. But you're putting this as a function for a reason, probably because you're going to use something elsewhere in your code to define which function G is going to be. So it allows for some flexibility, is what I'm getting from this. This code moves the drone north 10 times and then uses the fertilizer 10 times. because of the range. And underscore is just any variable, because it's like, this could be anything. It's just the variable that we have chosen to use for this purpose. Okay. Okay. I'm kind of getting it. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see how our pumpkins are doing. Going pretty well. Oh. Oh, something's gone a little bit awry here. Is it harvested too quickly? Why is it? Hold on. Something's gone wrong. What are you doing? You're harvesting when you shouldn't be. It's like this while command is not working. I don't want to clear this. I am just going to reset your position. I keep forgetting I must capitalize. All right. Yeah, the underscore definitely confused me a little bit. It was working initially. I might be able to figure out where it's gone wrong. Okay, so this one will work. We'll just need to sort of... Yeah, I think we can probably debug it. Okay, something here. Ah, okay. This is in the wrong spot. This needs to happen in each while loop. I think this should fix it. Let's myth bust that. Yep, seems to be working now. The pumpkin was replaced. All right, code fixed. I also really like the combination of seeing the code that's being run being highlighted and then being able to compare that to what your drone is actually doing is very nice. I kind of want to keep this going until we hit under 1,000 carats and just kind of, I want to see that part of the code work as well. Yeah, it's really nice. If you step through line by line, does it tell you your current variable values if you mouse over them? Possibly. Let's find out. We'll have to wait until we're in. I think it does. All right, let's wait for it to count. Okay, so let's mouse over dead. 4, yeah. And now it should be 5. Sure does. Yeah, this is a nice little coding game. It's, in a way, it's making me want to replay Human Resource Machine again. This is unironically a pretty nice IDE. I don't know what IDE means, and debugger. Yeah, it feels like it's working well. It like really helps you visualize what's going on, which is really nice. Especially 3 more monitors of this. It is definitely helping me, as someone especially who's super visual, wrap my brain around what is happening. Integrated development environment. An extremely fancy text editor. Gotcha. Thank you for explaining. Well, it's gonna be a while until we hit 1,000 or fewer carats. My goodness, that's so many monitors! How many monitors do you use? 6 monitors in my room right now. I'm only using 3 for programming. It's still so many monitors. I believe you that they're all necessary, but it just feels like a lot. Four for 2 computers, 3 of which are ultra wides. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of monitor. You know, I'm getting a little bit tired of waiting on this. So once I think once it does its next loop, I'm gonna change it to 5,000 carats instead of 1,000 carats, just so we can get there quicker. Or maybe we'll set it to 6,000. We'll get there even faster. Ooh. 65. So in theory, once we finish out this loop, it should stop. Spray some dangerous loop on the pumpkins. I don't want to use it on the pumpkins, to be quite honest, because they're so expensive. It works. Yay. I like it when things work. All right, let's take a look at our potential upgrades. So we could get some cactuses. Let's get some cactuses. I'm curious what happens with pumpkins, because at the end there's only one pumpkin, so you only have to spray it once. Ooh, interesting. Oh, no. So I don't think that's how it would work, because it removes it from the grow time of the plant, but one giant pumpkin is already fully grown, so I don't think you can spray a giant pumpkin. When you have your touch panel interface, your virtual touch panel, A and V tools, your program, and then trying to have your Zoom class open at the same time, kind of need the space. That's very fair. All right, let's read about cacti. Like other plants, cacti can be grown on soil and harvested as usual. However, they come in various sizes and have a strange sense of order. If you harvest a fully grown cactus and all neighboring cacti are in sorted order, it will also harvest all neighboring cacti recursively. Oh no. A cactus is considered to be in sorted order if all neighboring cacti to the north and east are fully grown and larger or equal in size, and all neighboring cacti to the south and west are fully grown and smaller or equal in size. Oh no. A harvest will only spread if all adjacent cacti are fully grown and in sorted order. This means that if a square of grown cacti is sorted by size and you harvest one cactus, it will harvest the entire square. A fully grown cactus will appear brown if it's not sorted. Once sorted, it will turn green again. You'll receive cactus equal to the number of harvested cacti squared. So if you harvest n cacti simultaneously, you will receive n squared items cactus. The size of a cactus can be measured with measure. It is always one of these numbers: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. You can also pass the direction into direction to measure the neighboring tile in that direction of the drone. You can swap a cactus with its neighbor at any direction using the swap command. Okay. Swap direction swaps the object under the drone with the object one tile in the direction of the drone. Example, each of these grids, all of the cacti are sorted in sorted order, and the harvest will spread over the entire field. So for example, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. Because it goes 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. And I'm guessing because these are the same number, that's fine. Same here. 1, 5, 9, 1, 3, 8, 1, 3, 4. Yep, okay, that makes sense. In this grid, only the lower left cactus is in sorted order, which is not enough for it to spread. Yeah, because it would go 3, 4, but then goes to 1. So you'd want to put the 1 down here. And then you'd want to put the 2 over here. The 9 would need to go up here. And then the 7 could stay there, or it could go there. Okay. I'm kind of getting it, but this is complicated. I don't know if I have the brain for doing sorting cacti. So maybe we'll do sunflowers, because sunflowers feels a little bit less complicated. And we can play around with energy. Oh, we should also do fertilizer. So let's make a little fertilizer command. Because we do need to get some of the strange matter, or whatever it's called. Fun with fertilizer. Okay, what do we want to fertilize? Let's go ahead and just do a little clear. Maybe with trees? So maybe we take our bush tree and we'll fertilize all the trees. Have a good night, Cairo. All right, we're getting our weird goo. All right, how much goo do I need? 1,000. So now we've got mazes. Item weird substance, which is obtained by fertilizing plants, has a strange effect on bushes. If the drone is over a bush and you call use item, item's weird substance amount, the bush will grow into a maze of hedges. Okay, hold on. Hold on, we need to do this. Hi, the Brungo. Welcome on in. We're playing a coding game. All right, let's go ahead and harvest everything. And we're gonna plant a bunch of bushes. And while we're planting the bushes, we're gonna read about mazes. All right, so if you use item weird substance amount, why do you have to choose the amount? I guess we'll find out. The bush will grow into a maze of hedges. The size of the maze depends on the amount of the item weird substance used. The second argument in the use item call. Okay. Without maze upgrades, using n item weird substance will result in an n xn maze. Each maze upgrade doubles the treasure, but doubles the amount of substance needed. So to make a full field maze, plant entities bush, substance equals get world size times 2 to the power of the number of unlocked mazes minus 1. It sure is. It's a hold on, we got this up here. We're listening to the sounds of Drummer Boy because I don't think there's in-game music. So I've been playing Drummer Boy in the background. Technically, there's where is it? If you go into the options, there is a music volume slider. I haven't heard any music though. So I've just been playing Drummer Boy in the background. Oh, okay. This is breaking my brain. Okay, let me look at this again. Okay, what is... Okay, so substance. I'm guessing that means the... Okay, I think I'm getting it. Did I know you knew Drummer? Drummer Boy introduced me to your stream. I found you because I was hanging out in one of his music making streams and he raided you and I dropped you a follow. But yeah, I've known Drummer Boy for a very long time. Let's see, we've been friends for years and we collaborated on one of his Twitch sound packs, the voice UI. I do the female voice version of it. And I also have done a few of his album covers, mostly specifically for when he was working with roleplay, but I did do the album cover for Save State as well. And also Hooray, that's me too. So yeah, Twitch connections are kind of funky. I'm trying to remember how he and I met. Must have been like sort of like tangentially through like Math Squad stuff back when that was less yikes. Yeah, anyway, sometimes the Twitch world is small. Okay, I'm starting to I'm starting to understand what this means. So you plant a bush and then you calculate how much of the weird substance you need by defining a variable as substance, and then you get the world size and then you multiply it by 2 to the power of the size of your maze unlocked. So that way you're not using too much stuff. And then you use the weird substance on it a number of times equal to the substance. So let's go ahead and pause this. We're just gonna do a general harvest because I want to try out this code. Then let's clear this we get in the bottom left corner. Ooh, but if we are gonna go checking out a maze, we need to wear an appropriate hat. So we're gonna put on our wizard hat. So then we are going to plant entities bush, and then we are going to define a code, or rather a variable. So just set n, why not? So n is going to equal is it a get command? What was it? Get world size? I don't remember. Get world size. And then we multiply that by 2 to the power of number unlocked. And we calculate our unlocks. Mazes. And then -1. Which I'm not quite sure why we're doing -1. So let's, hold on. Then we're gonna print n just so I know what's happening. 8. Which is the world size. Okay, I think I get it. Because we're taking the world size, which is 8, and when we're multiplying it by 2, but we don't want it to be 2 at the moment, so we take 1, that's what this is, -1, which is 0, and 2 to the 0th power is 1. Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Cool. And then we use items, weird substance, n times. So now we gotta plant our bush. All right, this should make a maze, and then I don't know what we do with the maze. For some reason, the drone can't fly over the hedges, even though they don't look that high. There's a treasure somewhere in the hedge. Use harvest on the treasure to receive gold equal to the area of the maze. If you harvest anywhere else, the maze will disappear. Interesting. Get entity type is equal to entity's treasure if the drone is over the treasure and entity's hedge everywhere else in the maze. Mazes do not contain any loops unless you reuse the maze. See below on how to reuse a maze. So there's no way for the drone to end up in the same position again without going back. You can check if there's a wall by trying to move through it. Move direction returns true if succeeded and false otherwise. Can move can be used to check if there is a wall without moving. If you have no idea how to get the treasure, take a look at hint 1. It shows you how to approach a problem like this. Oh gosh, I don't know how to approach a problem like this. Using measure anywhere in the maze returns the position of the treasure. XY equals measure. What does that mean? For an extra challenge, you can also reuse the maze by using the same amount of items weird substance on the treasure again. This will increase the amount of gold in the treasure by 1 full maze and move it to a random position in the maze. Okay. So you can kind of nest it almost. Each time the treasure is moved, some of the maze walls may randomly be removed, so reused mazes can contain loops. Oh no. This is getting complicated. Note that loops in the maze make it much more difficult because it means you can get to the same location again without moving back. Reusing a maze doesn't give you more gold than harvesting and spawning a new maze. It's just an extra challenge that you can skip. It's only worth it if the extra information and the shortcuts help you solve the maze faster. The treasure can be relocated up to 300 times. Wow. After that, using weird substance on the treasure won't increase the gold in it anymore and won't move it anymore. Okay. Well, we're gonna wait on the hints. Let's just start by making a maze and instantly regretting it, I'm sure. Oh, it's literally just here. I'm sure there's a way to automate it, but yeah. I think we should probably make sure I would like to do some foolproof harvesting. We did it! That was easy, but automation would be very difficult. Oh gosh, I don't know if I want to try to automate this. No. Okay. Yeah, it's getting a little bit late and we've been learning a lot. So I'm not mad that we've been learning so much, but this is a lot. But we can manually get some of it. So we want to go move west, move north, so that goes boop boop boop. Then we want to move 1 2 3 4 north, Can we do like that? Okay, so we'd have to define that as a separate function. Which I don't feel like doing right now. Oh, it's supposed to go east. I had it backwards in my brain. It doesn't help that I do get my east and west mixed up. This is 100% the first time I've seen someone solve a maze manually entering moves. I can't be bothered. Just give me my treasure. It does kind of defeat the purpose of the game, though. All right, shall we try to figure out how to... We can do is have separate windows for each command. Yes, that is also true. I do feel like we should probably try to figure out how to let this thing find the treasure automatically, though. I can probably do that in 20 minutes or less. Also, I noticed I haven't saved the game yet, so I should save the game. All right, let's load the maze. All right, so let's look at the different commands we can use. So it says X, Y equals measure? I don't know what that does. Okay. So I think what we would need to do, we would need to figure out our current coordinates. We have a command to do that. So 3, 5, and 5, 6. So then we could determine by taking I feel like we need to figure out which one's bigger. And I feel like it would make more sense to just always start in the same position so we know. This is complicated. So basically what we need to do is we need a way for the drone to be constantly moving towards the treasure. But it also needs to find the walls. Like, I'm thinking about, like, if we were starting down here, which I feel like it makes sense to just start at 0, 0, because it's going to be easier to sort of like have your code be like, okay, I need to go to 3, 5. So in theory, you could go over 3 and then try to go up 5, and then that's not going to work. I'm just not quite sure how the best way to do it is. I might need the hint for this one. All right, let's look at the hint. Create a maze and imagine that you are the drone. Think about how you would try to find the treasure if you were in the maze. Write down your strategy step by step so that someone could follow it without thinking, then translate your steps into code. Okay. All right, let's start there then. Usually my strategy is to follow the left-hand wall. Only turn left. You find the treasure, harvest it. So you'd want to evaluate each tile. You'd basically want to evaluate this on every tile. Then the next thing you would want to do is check or can if can move west is true, move west. Okay. This is kind of no. It's not happening in 20 minutes, but a simple algorithm like this wall following is very doable. Yeah, we might not get it done in 20 minutes, but we can at least work through as much as we can, and then we'll just see how far we get. Okay, so how do we follow the left if we don't know what left is? Because left isn't always west. It's just we always need to make sure we're rotating clockwise. Okay, here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to move us to get the treasure. And then I'm going to put us in this corner and then make a new maze and then go from there. Because I feel like starting here is really throwing me off. Like this feels like it's doable, but a little bit too advanced for what my brain wants to work with. So, can you not? One, two, three. Check if the treasure is right next to you, and if it's not, regenerate the maze until it is, but that wastes substance, but you certainly could do that. I'm literally on the treasure, though! Alright, let's try this one. Okay. So how do you follow the left-hand wall is the question. So we can't move west, we want to move north. We want to check that each time. And then here, so this needs to be maybe an elif. And then another elif. Else move south? Oh, right. I gotta add more things. Oh, okay, but we need to make sure we don't go back the way we came is the issue. Unless we hit a dead end. Create a one by one maze and just harvest it in an infinite loop. I want to solve the maze problem though. Looks like the correct basic logic structure. Yeah, it's just I need something that can check which direction I came from so we don't go back. The issue is this is definitely the wrong way. Okay, so we have this. I'm gonna add some comments for when I come back to this because I'm not gonna have time to solve this here. How can I detect which direction I came from? What do I do if I hit a dead end? We don't have lists yet though, Golden. So I'm wondering, how do I do this without lists? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to leave it here because I don't really have... You can get the drone's current position, right? I can. We have get position X and get position Y. And we can get the treasure's current position with X, Y equals... something. Measure. So I guess in theory, if we check our position, we check our position coordinates on every square tile, we'll say, we can make sure, I guess, that the X value always increases, potentially. Is where my brain's at right now. You not. It's just, you need to move. We're not doing bushes right now. You get out of here. Oh man, I haven't even read about tuples yet. Storing your position before you move and comparing it to where you want to move to would solve the backtracking issue. The issue is, I guess can we measure adjacent? Let me take a look at measure. I'm not sure how we would be able to compare the two. I guess we could set it as a variable. Gosh, my brain is not wrapping around this problem very well. And also the issue is that what happens if we hit a dead end? I don't understand what I'm doing. Like, I'm not sure what I'm missing then. Because, like, I get stuck here. I'm not sure how I make this guy go down now. But I think that's going to have to be a problem for a later date, because we're going to wrap up here. So let's go ahead and make sure we have mazes up here for next time, because I will forget, because it's going to be a while before we come back to this. I'm assuming we'll come back to this. So let's go ahead and save. And we will solve this problem another time. This was fun, though. Need a variable to remember where the wall is? Maybe? Again, as a reminder, we've been checking out The Farmer Was Replaced. If this seems like your jam, be sure to check it out on Steam. It came out, I want to say, in October. And it's been pretty fun. Though it's definitely... it definitely feels like it started pretty straightforward, and then the logic just jumped way ahead of me. When we start making dungeons, we figured out how to use fertilizer to make strange substances, which spawn hedge mazes with treasures inside. You know, just normal farming stuff. But we are going to be ending here for today. Give me just a second and we'll roll some credits. Shout out to all of our mods for doing mod things. I appreciate you so much. Special thanks to all of our supporters over on Ko-Fi. Saintguard, again, thank you so much for the 43 months. We are going to be off tomorrow and Thursday, but I'm going to be back on Friday doing something. I haven't figured out what yet. We normally have been doing Satisfactory on Fridays, but tomorrow's my birthday, and we're going to be celebrating that on Friday because I don't have time, unfortunately, to celebrate it with you all tomorrow. So yeah, I'm going to figure out what we're going to be doing for my birthday stream on Friday. Then we're going to be off Saturday and Sunday. Possibly Monday as well, too. I think Monday as well, too. Thank you so much, Mukian. Yeah, 4 hours. It'll be my birthday. At first I thought this would be a great intro to programming game, but the complexity kind of went nuts after pumpkins. We did skip sunflowers. And maybe learning sunflowers would help us with hedge mazes. Thanks, Notramiel. Let me look at the calendar. Yeah, I think we're going to be off on Monday, but on Tuesday, assuming that everything goes well with my internet, and it should be. It's been pretty stable for about a week, so I'm hoping everything is finally sorted out. Thank you, K9. We'll be celebrating my affiliate anniversary a month late on December 2nd, celebrating 8 years of being a Twitch affiliate. So yeah, we'll be doing that on Tuesday, where we're going to do skyscraper raft shenanigans, and it's going to be fun. Then we're going to be off Wednesday and Thursday, but we'll be doing more Satisfactory on Friday, December 5th. Been programming for decades and I've still been too lazy to implement a asterisk even once. I don't know what that means. Ugh. Come on, music. You don't have to keep pausing on me. Yeah, anyway, this was super fun. If you're new here, be sure to hit that follow button. You can also hit the bell next to the heart and get notifications right here on Twitch whenever I go live. Also, I should mention, at some point in December, since we have finally hit 2,000 followers, yay, we're going to be doing some celebratory stuff in December, or possibly being pushed into January. It's really going to depend because the holidays are kind of all over the place for a lot of people. But we have a couple of things I want to do. We will get to it hopefully on Tuesday in a week, I hope. But we have a subscriber banner to draw, so I do want to do that on stream at some point. Maybe not the whole thing on stream, but we'll at least get it started. Maybe I'll color it off stream. But yeah, I want to do a new subscriber banner because I haven't done one in a few years, and those are always a lot of fun. We have an art reward stream that y'all have redeemed by helping me hit 2,000 followers. So we'll be doing another art stream with the channel point doodle rewards. And then also we have the Discord karaoke party to schedule, which is probably going to wait until January. Just because, again, that involves a lot of people getting together. So I will probably plan to schedule that sometime in January when people are probably a little bit less busy with hectic holiday stuff. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Lots of things to do. Yeah, if you're looking for other places to follow me for announcements and whatnot, you can join the Discord. You can follow me on Blue Sky. I post in all those places whenever I start streaming. Also, whenever I have a video up on my YouTube channel. Speaking of my YouTube, if you're watching this on YouTube, please like and subscribe. I'd appreciate it. But also, you can check out my VODs that are on YouTube. Currently, I'm releasing my entire playthrough of the very first Talos Principle game, which I adored. I love puzzle games. The first one of those went up today. And then, what is the other one that I'm releasing? Shadowrun! Shadowrun Hong Kong. So those are the two main games that are going up on my YouTube channel right now. So if that sounds fun for you, or if you just want to check out some of my past broadcasts, go to my YouTube. And if you're looking for places off of Twitch to find and support my content, I've also got a Ko-Fi. It's mostly my tip jar, and I've got a Patreon where you can find all my art stuff. All right. Where shall I send you all tonight? Let's see who's live and where we shall raid. See if we can find anything that vibes anything like the farmer was replaced. I do think we'll come back to this one. I just might need to let my brain rest a little bit first. You know what? We'll raid into Notorious BLT, who's playing Factorio, which I think is the closest we are going to get. Yeah, it was really fun. The brain cells were replaced. They were used quite thoroughly. My goodness. Can't type. I did too much typing. Alright, let me make sure I'm typing this person's name correctly. Notorious BLT. Okay, I think I got it. Alright, again, thank you all so much for being here, hanging out and watching. Have a great night, and I will see you all again very soon.